bring in the single job listing component, so import job listing, and then I'm going to replace this div right here with job listing, and it's not going to be a wrapping component, so we can get rid of, oops, I hate when it does that. Just get rid of this and then add a slash at the end here, but we also need to pass in the job, right? We're looping through right here, so we're getting the job, so we need to pass that in as a prop. So we're going to say :job, so we're binding it to job. Now we should be able to access this as a prop, okay? And notice that now it's showing all the boxes, but it has all the hard-coded data, so, or the hard-coded content, so it's all the same. So let's go into the job listing and let's prepare to get that job prop. So in order to do that, we need to import define props, and then we're going to define props. Oops, define props, and we're going to pass in an object with job, which is going to be an object. Okay, so now we should have access to job, so I can replace full-time here with double curly braces and then job.type. Okay, now if I save that, well, I think one of these, yeah, this one right here says part-time, so we know that that's the data from the file. Let's replace this with job.title. Now we have all different titles, and then we have the description, so replace that with job.description. The salary, which, how is this, let me just see how this is formatted. So the salary is, yeah, like 70, 80K, so it doesn't have the slash year. So let's just replace this with job.salary. Okay, what else? We got the location. We also have the icon, which doesn't show up because we're not using Font Awesome. I'm gonna use another package called Vue Awesome for that, but we'll get to that after. Let's change this, the hard-coded, to job.location. Okay, and then finally the link here, it's going to job HTML, which obviously that's not correct. So what we're going to do is bind. So we're going to use the colon here and then replace this, because we do have to have the ID in here, so it's going to be dynamic. So we'll replace that with, we'll just have quotes and we'll say /job/ and then let's concatenate the job.id. And that should do it. So now if I were to click on the read more and we look at the link, it's job/3. Right? If I go to this one, job/1. So they're bringing us to the right place. Obviously, we don't have that, you know, that route. We don't even have the router set up yet, but the link is correct. And now the content is correct. Now, the next thing I'd like to do, I'm just going to make this bigger so we can see it better. I want this whole job listings, I want to take in a couple props. One is going to be limit, so that we can limit it, because I don't want all of them to show, which right now, if I had 30 jobs here, they'd all show on the home page. I want to limit it to 3, so we'll pass limit in as a prop. And then also, if we look at the template that view all jobs, I want to include that in this component as well, but have an option to not show it, because I do want to show it here, but when we use that component on the jobs page, I don't want to show it. So we'll have a prop of limit and a prop of show button. So let's do the limit first. So we'll go into job listings. So I'm going to just close that up. This, yeah, we can get rid of that for now. So in job listings, I'm going to also bring in define props, and then let's define props, and we're going to take in a limit, which is going to be a number. All right, so there's a couple ways we can use this limit. What I'm going to do is come down to the v4 and just add on to this where it says in jobs. I'm going to use .slice and then pass in from 0 to the limit, or then just show all of them. So jobs.length. Okay, so now if we were to pass in, let's go to app.view where we're embedding job listings, and let's say limit equals 3. Actually, since it's a number, we need to add the colon in front of it. So if I do that, now it's only showing 3. If I put 2, then it shows 2. Okay, so that was pretty easy. Now for the button, we don't have that in our job listings component yet, so let's go to the theme files in index.html, and under the browse jobs section, you have this section with the button. So I'm just going to copy that, and then we're going to put that directly under this section. Okay, but I only want this to show if the show button is true. So what we can do is pass in show button, which is going to be a Boolean. And actually I want to have a default for that. So let's set that to an object with a type of Boolean and then a default of false. So it won't show by default. And then all we have to do is go down to the section where the button is and add a VIF and set that to show button. All right, so save that. We don't see the button, but if I go to app.view and I add show button, actually we're going to do colon show button and set that equal to true, now it shows. All right, and that button right now goes to jobs.html, so we also want to change that. It's just going to go to /jobs. So change that. There we go. All right, cool. And that's just cached. Let me reload it. There we go. So the next thing I want to do is talk about the computed function, and this is a function that returns a value based on other values, and it will run when that particular value changes. And if you're familiar with React, it's kind of like how the dependency array in the useEffect hook works. When that dependency changes, that effect runs, or that function runs. So let's use it to show a truncated version of the description. So basically we'll have a short or truncated version with a button to show more, and then it will show the full description. So that's going to be within the job listing component, the singular. So let's close job. listings and go to job listing, which is this one. Okay, and in order to use computed, we're going to bring it in. So let's bring in addition to define props, we're going to bring in ref, and we're going to bring in computed, because we need a piece of data for the true or false if we want to show the full description or not. All right, in fact, let's go right under define props and let's say const show full description, and we're going to wrap this in ref because this is going to be reactive, and set that to a default value of false. Now I want to access the job up here. So what we can do is this define props, we can actually set that to a variable. So set it to props, and then props.job should give us the job. And we can say like props.job.description to get the description. So now we're going to use computed here. Let's say truncated description. Ultimately, that's what this is going to give us. And the way we use computed is we just set it like this and then pass in a function. All right, and then let's say let description, and I'm going to set that to props.job.description. Okay, so that's going to come from the prop that's passed in, the job. And then let's have an if statement under that, and we want to check to see if it's, let's say if it's false. So if not, show, if not, show full description. And remember, since we're using ref, it's going to be dot value. And if that's not, then we're going to say description and set that to description and then dot substring. So this is how we're going to truncate it. We're going to cut it off a little bit. Let's do 0 to 90. And let's add an ellipsis after it. So we'll just concatenate onto it 3 dots. So it'll get the first, 90 characters. And then after the if, we'll just return description. Okay, so now anytime the show full description changes, the truncated description is going to run. Okay, now we need we'll do the toggle after, because we need a function to actually change it. This is just checking to see if the value is false. If it is, so if we don't want to show the full description, then it's going to narrow it down using substring. So let's go down to where we have the description, and instead of job.description, we're just going to say description. Let's see, why is that not showing? That's because we want to show, we don't want to show description as a variable in this computed. We want this truncated description. There we go. So you can see it's not showing the whole thing, and it's adding the ellipses onto it. So now let's just have a function to toggle that. So we'll say const toggle description, or maybe we should call it toggle full description. And we'll set that to an arrow function. And all we're going to do is take the show full description dot value, and we're just going to set it equal to not show description full show description dot value. So if it's true, it'll get set to false. If it's false, it'll get set to true. Now we just need a way to actually trigger that. So let's put this right below the truncated description here. So basically we have, you know what, let's put this in a div. So we'll go like this and move that into the div, and then under the div, let's have a button. And I'm going to give this button a couple classes. We're going to do text-green-500, and let's say on hover, we want to do text-green-600, and then margin bottom 5. Okay, so in the button, I want to show either less or more. So what we'll do is we can say, and I don't even think we've used a ternary yet. We can use ternary operators inside here. So we can say like show full description. If that's true, then show the text of less. If that's not true, then show the text of more. Okay, so if I save that, we see more, right? Because it's not showing the full description. So let's add an event to this button now. So we'll say @click, and let's set that to that toggle full description. What did I do here? Okay, so I'll save that, and now let's click on the more, and now I can toggle this particular description. I can toggle this one. All right, cool. So now what we want to do is the icons. Where we have these locations, I want to have the little map icon. Right now, if we look where that's supposed to be, which is, where's the location? Right here, we have the I tag with the Font Awesome icons, which aren't showing up because we haven't included Font Awesome. And if you want, you could just as well include the Font Awesome CDN, or you could install it, but I'm going to use something different called Prime Icons. So let's go to, or just search for Vue. Actually, it's just Prime Icons. And you can use this for React and other frameworks as well. So it's this right here. So you can see Prime NG for Angular, Prime React, Prime Faces. We want Prime Vue. And then we can install it like this. And then all we have to do is import the CSS into our main.js file. So let's install it. I'm going to go here and npm install prime icons. All right, and then let's go to the main.js, and right under that CSS, I'm going to paste that in. And that's it. Now we can use these classes to have the icons show up. So where we have the FA solid, this right here, the I tag, I'm going to just get rid of all those classes, and I'm going to replace it with PI, so prime icons, and then I'm going to use PI-map-marker. That's the icon I want, and then I'm just going to add in text-orange-500, which is just, or 700, which is a Tailwind class. So let's save that and see if that shows up, and there it is. Okay, so you can use these icon classes wherever you want. Now I think that we've come to the point where we want to start to use the router. Our home page is pretty much done, right? There's not really anything else we need to do here. We have the data. Obviously, we want to fetch it from JSON server in a little bit, but I want to introduce the router first and get that set up. Now remember at the beginning when we used the create view CLI, we could have said yes, and it would create the router file for us. It would create our home route and all that. And that's probably what you're going to do from now on after this, but I want to show you how to set it up from scratch. So of course we need to install it because it's not bundled within the framework. It's like using the React router. It is the official router to use. So let's go ahead and, what am I doing? Import npm install, and then it's going to be Vue-router. Okay, now we need to set up the router in a file. So let's see, we want to go into the source folder and create a folder in there called router. Let me just close this stuff up. So in router, we're going to have a file called index.js. And this is going to be our main router, where if we want to add, an about page and set that to an about view, we would do that here. If we want to set our home page to a home view, we'll do that here. So let's start off by importing, and this code I'm writing right now, this would be included if you chose yes in the beginning. So we want to bring in create router, and we want to bring in create web history. I think that's right. Yeah, create router, create web history, and we're going to bring that in from Vue-router. Let's close that up. Okay, and then we're going to need a view to bring in. So why don't we create in the source folder a folder called views. Now a view is basically a page, right? And your views can have multiple components. So in this case, I want our home view to basically be what we have here in our app folder, or in our app file rather, right? So if we go to app.view, the only thing I want to leave here is the nav bar, because I want that on every page. The hero, home cards, and job listings should only be on the home view. So what I'll do is cut these imports, and then we'll put that in. Let's go into views and create a new file called home view. And it still is a component, so it'll have a .view. And then let's add script and setup. And in that, we'll paste that in, and then we'll have our template. And I'm going to grab from the app.view everything except the nav. Okay, so we'll do that. If I save, now we're only going to see the nav bar, but let's go to home view, paste that into the template. All right, and then let's see, we're going to go back to the view file, the router file, which is router and then index.js, and we're going to want to create that home view. So first off, let's import it. So import home view from @views home view, and then we're going to create a variable here called router, and this is going to use that create router, which takes in an object, and we need to add this history, and this is where we use create web history. So this is so we can go, back. We can use the back button and stuff, just like if it were a regular server rendered app. And then we're going to pass in here import.meta.env.base_URL. So that will provide the base URL. Then after that, we want to provide our routes, which is going to be an array of objects, and each one is going to have a path. So let's do / for the home, and you can give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name of home, and then the component that you want to load, or the view in our case. So home view. All right, and then at the bottom, don't forget you have to export this as default router. All right, so it's not going to work just yet because we're not doing anything with this. So first off, let's import it. So import home view from @views home view, and then we're going to create a variable here called router, and this is going to use that create router, which takes in an object, and we need to add this history, and this is where we use create web history. So this is so we can go, back. We can use the back button and stuff, just like if it were a regular server rendered app. And then we're going to pass in here import.meta.env.base_URL. So that will provide the base URL. Then after that, we want to provide our routes, which is going to be an array of objects, and each one is going to have a path. So let's do / for the home, and you can give it a name. So I'm going to give it a name of home, and then the component that you want to load, or the view in our case. So home view. All right, and then at the bottom, don't forget you have to export this as default router. All right, so it's not going to work just yet because we're not doing anything with this. This is actually two steps we have to take for this to actually work. First, in our main.js, in the entry point, we need to use the router, the file that we just created. So let's import that. So we can say import router from, and then we can just do ./router. We don't have to do /index.js because since we named it index.js, it'll automatically load that. All right, and then we can just come down here, and instead of just saying create app, I'm actually going to set a variable of app, set that equal to create app, and then down at the bottom we can say app.mount. So this is doing the same exact thing, but now I can also say app.use and then pass in router. All right, so that'll use the router. So if we look at this, it says failed to resolve import components. That'll use the router. So if we look at this, it says failed to resolve import components job listing view. Oh, I didn't use the alias there. All right, there we go. Okay, so the last thing we have to do in order for the stuff to show, the home view, is in the app.view, we need to bring in something called router view, which is like the outlet. If you've ever used React Router, then you put an outlet in your main layout, and that's what we're going to. I didn't use the alias there. All right, there we go. Okay, so the last thing we have to do in order for the stuff to show, the home view, is in the app.view, we need to bring in something called router view, which is like the outlet. If you've ever used React Router, then you put an outlet in your main layout, and that's what we're going to do here. Wherever we put this is where the view will show. So I'm going to go right under the nav bar and say router view, save it, and now you can see that we have our entire home view showing, right? Because we're at slash. If I go to slash anything else, it doesn't show. And we can create a not found page as well. So yeah, that's how we set the router up. Just to kind of reiterate, we create the router folder, the index.js, we add our routes, create our view, bring it in, set it as the component, and then in the main.js, we use the router, we import it, and then we use it. And then in the app.view, the main component, we use our router view, which is like the outlet. All right, so now we have the router set up. And again, if you chose yes in the beginning, all this would have been created for you, and in your app.view, in your main.js, this would be here too, the router view, and also in basically everything we just did would already be included. Now let's do our jobs route, this right here, which goes to slash, well, right now it's going to jobs HTML. We actually want that to go to slash jobs. So let's go to just did would already be included. Now let's do our jobs route. This right here, which goes to slash, well, right now it's going to jobs HTML. We actually want that to go to slash jobs. So let's go to the nav bar. And let's see, we're going to change this. So this home is going to go to slash. Now, ultimately, we're not going to use A tags. There's something called router link, but for now, we'll stick to A tags just to create this route and go to it. So let's say slash jobs, and then this one is going to go to slash jobs slash add. Okay, so if I go to slash jobs, obviously nothing shows here. So let's create a jobs view. So under views, new file, jobs view.vue, V-U-E. And we're going to have our template. And then all I'm going to do here is use the job listings component that we already created. So let's say script setup. And we're going to import the job listings, plural, and then we're just going to embed that here, job listings, and we're not going to pass in a limit or the show button true. All right, so if we do that and then go to our router file, so router index, bring in that view, so you can see kind of the process of adding new views. So jobs view, and then we can just copy that down, and let's say slash jobs, change the name to jobs, change the component to jobs view, save it, and there we go. Okay, so we're at jobs, and this highlighting is not working yet. We'll get to that, but I can go home and I can go to jobs. All right, now before we do the highlighting, the active link, let's change the A tags to use the the router link. So we'll start in the nav bar. So up at the top here, we're going to import router link from Vue router, and then anywhere where we have an A tag, including the logo right here, I'm going to change that to router link. Okay, make sure that the ending tag changes as well. And instead of an href, it's going to be a 2. Okay, just like with React Router. And then let's change this to just slash. It's going to go to the home page. So that's that. And then let's go to these 3 A tags, change that to router link. Again, make sure that the ending tags, sometimes it doesn't register. So make sure we do, whoops. Is that right? That's right. I don't know why it's putting that on the next line. But yeah, that should work. So let's go to this one. Oh, actually, you know what? We want to change this. Let's change all of these. So Command or Control D again, and we'll change those to 2. Okay, so this one here, router link. Make sure we add the ending tag. And then this A tag, router link, add the ending tag. All right, so let's save that, and I'm going to click on home. All right, so now that works a lot faster because it's not actually refreshing the page, right? It's a single page app, so the JavaScript is doing all the work. Now there's some other places where we have links, right? Here, here, these 3, and this. So let's go into our home cards. We can close some of this stuff up for now. And then this A tag, router link, add the ending tag. All right, so let's save that, and I'm going to click on home. All right, so now that works a lot faster because it's not actually refreshing the page, right? It's a single page app, so the JavaScript is doing all the work. Now there's some other places where we have links, right? Here, here, these 3, and this. So let's go into our home cards. We can close some of this stuff up for now. Let's go into components and then home cards. And again, we want to bring in router link, and then we want to exchange the A tags for router link. And we're going to change the href to 2. And this is going to go to /jobs. And then this one here, let's see, it's going to be router link. And we're going to change that to 2 and change this to /jobs/add. Okay, so that takes care of that. You can test those out. That goes there. Add job, that's not, we haven't created that yet, but it goes to the right place. And then we have the job listing. So we can close that up. Let's go to job listing. And let's import router link. And where we have the A tag, change that to router link and change this href to 2. Click on that and it goes to job 1. This one goes to job 2. Good. And then the button at the bottom, that's going to be the job listings component. So let's bring in router link, and down at the bottom, change this. Change that to 2 and make sure that the ending tag gets put on. There we go. Okay, so now all the links are working and they're all using router link. So now let's do the active links. If I'm on the jobs page, I want that to be highlighted, not home. So if we open the nav bar, and I'm just going to close that up, and then we want to basically just get the path here, and we can get that by using the use route hook from Vue router. So let's say use route, bring that in, and then we're going to have a function called is active link, and just set that to an arrow function, and it's going to take in a route path which we're going to pass in, and we want to check to see if that route path matches the actual route path. Now we do have to set a variable of route to use route, and then we can access the actual route path with this. So what we can do is return if the route path is equal to the route path that's passed in. So if that's true, this will return true, obviously, and we can add a certain class. This right here, which is the BG, if we go down to the navigation, this BG green 900 is what's giving it that. If I get rid of that, you'll see that that goes away. So we need to make this dynamic. Now, the way we can do this is just add a colon in front of class, and then we can make this dynamic. And we can actually set an array here with class names. So for instance, if I save this now with no class names, it looks like this. But I can add in here a string of text white, and that will add the class, right? So basically I want to re-add these classes here, the text white and the rounded and the padding. So text white, and then let's do px, what is it, px-3, I believe, was that it? Yeah, px3, and then py2. So I'm just adding in array items here for the classes as array items, and then rounded dash md, right? So now it looks like that. And what I can do is, let's go, I guess we'll do it at the beginning here. We'll say is active link, and we want to check to see if it's slash, because this is the home link. And if it is, so we'll use a ternary here. If it is, then we want to show a specific class. If else, then we'll show a specific class. And then we'll put a comma here. All right, so whatever I put in here will show if it is the active link. And I want to do BG green dash 900. And then else, I don't want the BG green, but I do want to add a hover. So I want the hover to be BG dash gray dash 900. I think that's right. Yeah, BG gray 900. And let's also do hover BG, not BG, text dash white. All right, so I have this on the home link. So if I go home, now you can see that that has that background. If I go to jobs, nothing has it because I haven't added this to the jobs link. But let's do that. So I'm going to just grab this whole router link and then replace this, except I want to change the text back to jobs. And when I'm checking for the is active link, I want to check for /jobs. So I'll save that, and now jobs is highlighted. And if I hover this, we get that black background, right? Now we want to do the same to, wait, why can't I click? Oh, the link, the actual link. Let's see, so we have, yeah, right here. So this should be /jobs. All right, good. So now we'll do the same to the add job. So let's, again, just copy one of these router links and replace this router link. But we want to make sure we change the URL to jobs add. And then the is active is going to be jobs add. And the text is going to be add job. Now, if I click on that, even though it doesn't work, we don't see anything down here, it is the active link. So now we have that functionality. So next, why don't we have a not found page? Since we don't have a route for a job /add, it should say like not found, right? So what we can do is create a new view. So in views, I'll create, let's say, not found view.view, V-U-E. And basically, the only thing we need to bring in here is the router link. So we do need our script tags set up, and then let's import router link, and then we'll have our template. And in the template, I'm just going to grab from the theme files. There's a not found HTML. So I'm going to go down to the main section, which shouldn't be much, right? It's just this section right here. I'm going to copy that and then add that in the template, and then just change a couple things up. So one, the link, we need to change that to router link, and make sure you add the ending tag. So router link, and then the actual link, actually we're going to change this to 2. So 2, and then that's going to go to the home view, so that'll be /. All right, now we have the font awesome icon here, so I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to use the what is it called? Prime icons classes. So let's do PI, and then PI dash exclamation. Let's do, what do we want? Exclamation triangle we'll do. And then I'm going to do text dash yellow 500. And let's do text dash 7XL, and then margin bottom MB5. Okay, now obviously that's not going to show just yet because we need to add the route. So we'll go to router index, and of course we need to bring the view in. So let's import not found view, and then we'll go down here, and the way we can do a not found, they actually make it pretty simple. So for the path, we can set that to / and then : catch all, and then in here we're just going to have .*. So basically any file or resource we go to that doesn't exist, it's going to match that path, and we'll give it a name of not-found, and then the component that we want to load is the not found view. All right, so we'll save that, and there we go, 404 not found. Got the nice icon, and go back. Good. So anytime we go to a URL that doesn't exist, we're going to see that. So I think the next thing we should do is the single job view, right? If I click on read more, it goes to the correct URL, but we don't have anything here. So let's create the view first. So I'm going to go into views, and this one I'm going to call just job view dot view. And let's create our script, setup, and template. And what I'm going to do from here is just grab from the theme files. I'm just going to get the hard-coded stuff, and then we'll replace it with dynamic data later. So let's go to job HTML and go to the main section. So we're also going to want this go back as well, but we'll do that after. This is going to be the main section. So I'm going to grab that whole section. has the sidebar and all that stuff in it. So copy that, put that in the template. So it's just all hard-coded HTML for now, but let's just bring it into the router. So go to router and let's bring in import job view. Now this URL is going to have, I guess this URL is going to have an ID. So I'm gonna keep the catch-all at the bottom. You don't have to, but I just like to keep it at the bottom. So let's add in another object here, and the path, since it's going to have an ID, what we do is /jobs/ and then :ID. Okay, that's going to be the path, and then let's give it a name. So I'll just call it job, and then let's give it a component, and that's going to be the job view component. Save that. Okay, so that's not working, and that's because this is job/1. I do want to keep it as jobs because that's what I'm going to have everything else as, right? What did I do? Collapse this? Yeah, so we have jobs, and then we'll have jobs add and jobs ID. So what we need to do is change the actual link on these buttons. So that's going to be in the job listing, and right here I'm just going to add an S. All right, so if I click read more, there we go. And then obviously this is all hard-coded, so no matter what job I click read more, it's always going to be this data because that's what we have in the HTML. But we're actually going to come back to this because what I want to do now is implement JSON server, which will be like a real backend instead of just getting it from the JSON file. I mean, technically it does come from a JSON file, but JSON server sets it up so you can make actual get, post, put, delete requests to have, CRUD functionality. So I'm going to just close this stuff up for now, and let's install JSON server. So we're going to say npm install JSON-server. And the way this works is it'll actually look at a specific JSON file, and it'll use that as your data. Now we have this jobs.json, and the only thing we need to change, and this is why I had two versions of this, we need to make it so we have this array called jobs. So what I'm going to do is first off just copy this, so I'll duplicate it, and change the initial one. I'll change the copy, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to change that to jobs2 just so you have the old version as well. And then in jobs.json, all I'm going to do is we're going to have an object wrapping this whole thing, right? So opening curly brace, and then have jobs, and then set that to the array, right? So jobs set to this array, and then just add the ending curly brace down here. So that's all I want to change. And then JSON server will look at this and use jobs as a resource for create, read, update, delete, or I should say get, post, put, delete routes. So the way that we set that up is in our package.json, we're going to create a new script to load JSON server. So let's go to scripts and let's add, we'll call it server. You could call it anything. And what we want to run here is JSON-server and --watch, and we want to watch in the source folder the jobs.json file because that's our data, and I want it to run on port 5000. That'll be our back end. So it's just like if you used Express and you created a REST API for jobs and you put it on 5,000. It's the same exact thing as far as looking at it from the front end. All right, so now let's run that. So I'm going to make sure you looking at it from the front end. All right, so now let's run that. So I'm going to make sure you keep the Vite server running, but go to another terminal and do npm run server. And let's see what happened here. Oh, I think I have, yeah, something's already running on 5,000 that I can't really stop. So I'm going to change it. You can leave it at 5,000. Yours will work as long as you don't have anything running. But I guess I'll change it to 8,000. So now if I run npm run server, now it's running at 8,000, and I actually have this endpoint of localhost 8,000 jobs. If I look at that, there's my data. And I can make a post request to add a new job. I can do a put to update a job and a delete to delete a job. So it's as easy as that to set up a mock REST API. All right, so why don't we now, since we have that set up, let's have our data that's in our job listings component come from JSON server. Now you can keep using the fetch API if you want, but I'm actually going to use Axios for this, which is just an HTTP client that's a little easier and a little, you don't have to write as much code to make requests. So I'm going to open up another shell here since I already have two running. And let's do npm install Axios. Again, if you want to use fetch, you can. And then let's go into the job listings component. So I'm going to open up another shell here since I already have two running. And let's do npm install Axios. Again, if you want to use fetch, you can. And then let's go into the job listings component, listings plural. And this is where initially we're bringing in that JSON file. which now if I reload, actually, why is it still working? Because I changed the format up of that. Oh, that's the theme. Yeah, so see, now this isn't working because I changed the format of that jobs JSON file. Now, we're not going to need to bring this in anymore because we're not going to use that. We're going to make a request to our back end. We're also not going to use job data here, so we can get rid of that and just put an empty array. So basically our jobs is going to start with an empty array. We're going to make our request in the onMounted lifecycle method and then fill this array, this jobs, with the data from the API. Okay, so let's bring Axios in so we can use that. Or again, if you want to use fetch. And we're going to bring in onMounted from Vue. So right here, let's also bring in onMounted. It's lowercase o. And usually we'll put this at the bottom. So let's say onMounted. And then we want to pass in onMounted. We're going to use a sync await since we're using Axios. And this is kind of like use effect in React. So let's do try catch, and we want to get the response. So we're going to send a request with await Axios, make a get request to HTTP localhost port, and mine is 8000. So just put in the right port for your back end, and then /jobs, right? And then we can set jobs.value to the response data like that. So that should update the jobs, and then we'll just do a console.error, and we'll say error fetching jobs, and I guess we can, yeah, we'll also output the error. Okay, so let's save that, and now we get our jobs back, and it should be here and on the jobs page because they both use this job listings component. So now it's fetching it from the from JSON server. All right, if we were to look at the network tab and reload, you can see where is it? Right here. So it's making the get request to localhost 8000 jobs, getting it back. If we look at the response, there we go. So we're no longer just pulling in a file. Now, before we move on, what we've done here with ref and using ref here, that's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I think that's probably what most people would do, but there's also something called reactive that we can use instead of ref. Now, there are differences. So the main difference is that reactive only takes objects. It doesn't take primitives like strings, numbers, and booleans. And it also uses ref under the hood. Ref can take objects or primitives, so you can use that no matter what. In fact, a lot of Vue developers will just stick to always using ref. And I probably would do that here, but I want to show you what else is available. And then ref has the .value property for reassigning, where reactive doesn't use .value and it can't be reassigned. And when I say reassigned, I mean you can't just take the actual variable and set it equal to something else. It'll be an object inside, and of course you can manipulate that object. All right, so what I kind of like to think of it as is set it equal to something else, where reactive doesn't use .value and it can't be reassigned. And when I say reassigned, I mean you can't just take the actual variable and set it equal to something else. It'll be an object inside, and of course you can manipulate that object. All right, so what I kind of like to think of it as is, and this is for people that are already familiar with React. So when you have a form, sometimes you'll add a different use state for each field, like the name, the email, etc. That's like an example of using ref, where using reactive is if you were to use a single object that has each field inside of it. So an object with name, email, etc. That's just the way that I think of it. I don't know if that's I don't know if that makes sense or not. That's just me. So let's bring in reactive, and then what we're going to do is, instead of just setting jobs to ref, what I'm going to do is call this state and set that to reactive, but we want to pass in an object. And then in that object is where I'll have my jobs, which starts as an empty array. And then I'm also going to have an is loading, so you can have a spinner or whatever while it's loading. And I'm going to set that to true by default. All right, and then down here, what we can do is, let's see, so we have const response, we're getting that. Now remember, there's no dot value, but what you will do is say state dot jobs, because I called this state. So state dot jobs, we're setting that to the response data. And then I want to use the loading, which is set to true by default. So what I'm going to do is add a finally to this try catch, which just means whatever I put in here is going to run, whether this runs or this runs. And in both cases, we want to set is loading to false. So we would say state dot is loading and set that to false. Okay, now this is not reassigning it. This would be reassigning it state equals something. I'm just taking a value in the object, or a property in the state object, and setting that. That's perfectly fine. All right, so let's save that, and let's see, that's not working. And that's because down here, for a job, we want to say here state dot jobs. And then over here where we get the length, we want to say state dot jobs. There we go. So now that's working. If I go to jobs, that's working. So again, this is kind of this is optional. You don't have to do it this way, but I just want to show you guys other ways of doing it. Now we should probably use that loading. So let's set up a spinner, and there's an extension called Vue Spinner that's pretty cool. It's very easy to use. So I'm just going to install npm install, and it's called Vue-Spinner. Very, very simple extension. Now we do need to, I believe we have to add the CSS file. Is that right? Very, very simple extension. Now we do need to, I believe we have to add the CSS file. Is that right? No, maybe we don't actually. Yeah, I don't think we need to add that. So what we'll do is bring in up at the top here, say import. Now there's different types of spinners you can bring in. I'm going to bring in the pulse loader from, and that's going to be from Vue spinner /source /pulse loader.vue. Okay, so we're bringing that in, and then let's go down here to the template, and where I want to put this is right under the H2. So I'm going to say show loading spinner while loading is true. Okay, so we can use the
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
spinner /source /pulse loader.vue.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO. Beautiful, beautiful.
View. Okay, so we're bringing that in, and then let's go down here to the template, and where I want to put this is right under the H2. So I'm going to say show loading spinner while loading is true. Okay, so we can use the if. So let's have a div. Bring in up at the top here, say import. Now there's different types of spinners you can bring in. I'm going to bring in the pulse loader from, and that's going to be from Vue spinner /source /pulse loader.vue. Okay, so we're bringing that in, and then let's go down here to the template, and where I want to put this is right under the H2. So I'm going to say show loading spinner while loading is true. Okay, so we can use the if. So let's have a div, and let's say v-if. Set that to state. Don't forget the state, and then dot is loading. So if that's true, and I also want to add a couple classes on this, so we're going to do text-center, and let's do text-gray-500 and py-6. And then in that div, I'm just going to put the pulse loader. All right, so that's if it's loading. And then down here where we have the grid with the job listing, let's just put a comment here. So we'll say show job listing when done loading. So we can use v-else here, so v-else, and that should be all we need to add here. So if I reload, you can see real quick 3 dots. So it'll be there and it'll be here. All right, so now what I want to do is the single page, right? So we'll come back to that, because right now this is all just HTML. So let's go into the job, where is it? The job view. And if you want, you could put this in a separate component if you don't want to put it all in a Vue file, but I assume it's a component, so we'll just do it here. Now I'm going to use reactive just because I used it in the job listings. If you want to use ref, you can. So like I said, it's all preference. So what I'm going to import from here is going to be the pulse loader. So pulse loader from and that's Vue spinner slash source slash pulse loader. And then I'm also going to import Axios because we need to make a request for the single job listing. And then let's go under that, and I'm going to also import, actually we'll just put this up here, and I usually like to put Axios at the bottom. So I'm going to import reactive, and then we're also going to need on mounted from Vue, and from the Vue router let's import use route. So we're going to bring in use route, and we're going to bring in router link. Okay. All right, now let's see. We're going to initialize use route. So route, set that to use route. Now the reason I'm doing this is because we need to get, what is going on here? Why did I say import? Const. The reason I'm doing this is because we need to get the ID from here, and we need to make the request to the back end with that ID. And the way we get that ID is with this route variable. So I'm going to say const job ID, and I'm going to set that to route dot, and the way we do it is params and then dot ID. And the reason it's ID is because in the router right here is what I use. I used ID. If I use like slug or something here, then it would be params dot slug. So next, let's create our state. So we're going to use reactive, and again, if you want to use ref, you can. If you want to use primitives, you can, but I kind of like the idea of just having a state object. So let's say job, which will be just an empty object to begin with, and then is loading, set that to true to begin with. And then let's do our on mounted. I'll actually copy it from the job listings. So this on mounted right here, I'm just going to grab this whole thing and paste that in, except now we're making a request to jobs / and then the ID. So let's actually change this to backticks, and we'll do jobs / and then job ID. Okay, and then let's see, state, this is going to be state.job, not jobs. And then this stuff, we'll just say error fetching job, and that should do it. Okay, now down here, let's figure out where we're going to put the loader. I guess I'm just going to put it, so we only want to show this if loading is not true. So why don't we go into the section and add a VIF. So we'll say VIF not state dot is loading. And then down at the bottom, let's just put, actually, you know what I'll do is grab from here. Yeah, just grab this. And I'll go under the section and then paste that in. So we're just saying if, actually here we want to say if else and get rid of this. All right, so if it's not loading, it'll show that. If it is loading, then it'll show this. And if I reload, you can see the dots. Now we want to make this obviously dynamic. We want to have the actual data. So let's go back to the top of the template and just kind of go down. So we have full time. Let's change that to interpolation of state.job. What is this type? And you can see it still says full time. Let's change this. I'm just going to copy that. And then we'll change that to title. Senior Vue developer, and then we have the location, which is going to be right here. So, oops, job location. Let me just make sure that this is working right. So this one's Miami. Yeah, there we go. So Miami, good. The description, change that. Description. Then we got, wait, what is this? Oh, this is, wait, what is that? What did I just change? Oh, I changed the title. Idiot. Description. All right. And then we get the salary, so we're just going to replace this part of it with job.salary. Then we got in the sidebar company info. So this is the name, the title of the, I think it's the, what is it? The title, the name, let me check. So jobs, yeah, so we have company object and the name. So let's replace that with job.company.name. Okay, so that changed to Veneer Solutions. And then I'm just going to copy this, replace this with the company dot description, contact email, change that. Whoops, I just copied it. Change that with company dot contact email. Okay, that changed. And then this one here, the phone, is going to be company dot contact phone. Then down here we have the manage job. Now we're going to want to use a router link here. Did I bring that in? Yeah, I did. All right, so anywhere where we have A tags, which should just be the edit job. So we're going to change this to router link, add the ending tag. All right, and then we're going to change the href to a to attribute or a to prop, and then this is going to go to, since it's an edit, what do we want this to go to? So we can put backticks in here, and then we can say /jobs/edit/ and then the job ID. I believe that, oh, actually, you know what, let's not do that. Let's do state.job.id. So we're getting the ID from the database or from the back end. And then if I hit edit job, yeah, that's not working. What did I do wrong here? Can I not use backticks? Oh, to needs to have a colon in front of it. There we go. So it's going to jobs edit to, which is what we want. Okay, so this is all now dynamic. So if I click on any of these, it's going to show me the actual data coming from the back end. Now let's do the go back button, which is going to be pretty simple. We'll just create a separate component for that. So let's go to components right here, and let's create back button.view. Okay, we'll add our template. Now the back button, we can just get that from the theme files. If we go to job.html up at the top here, there's this right here, this section for go back. I'm going to just grab that. I'm going to put that in the template. And since a link, so there's a link, and we'll also change the icon class. So let's bring in router link. And then let's change that to router link. Let's change this to 2. And we want to go back to /jobs. And then for the icon, let's get rid of that. And let's do, it's going to be PI. And what is it going to be? The arrow. So PI dash, let's see, arrow. And I want to do an arrow left. So we'll do circle arrow left. Let's see what that looks like. So we'll bring the back button into the job view. And then I'm going to put that right above the section. So back button. Okay, so let's add a little bit of spacing after that icon. So in the back button, we'll add, what do we want? M margin right 3 maybe? Yeah, I think that's good. Now, the next thing I want to show you is proxying, because right now we have 2 requests. We have one on the job view, making it to the single job, and then we have one in job listings to jobs. Now, you might have, 5, 10, 15 different requests, and you don't want to have this HTTP localhost 8000, because what happens when you deploy? So what we can do is add a proxy and say, instead of using localhost 8000, we can just use like /API. So we can do that in the the Vite config. So I'm going to open that up, and we're going to add this to the server object. So right here, let's add proxy, and proxy is going to be set to an object. And I'm going to do /API, because that's what I want to use, is /API/ and then jobs or whatever. So we set that. Mine's 8,000. If you used 5,000 for your server, then that's what you want to put. And then we're going to add change origin, set that to true. And then we're going to have a rewrite path. And this is just what's in the documentation. We're going to say path.replace, because what we're doing is replacing, we're going to, like I said, replace this with, we want to replace it with /API. So in here, it takes a regular expression, and we can just put 2 forward slashes, and then the caret. So we're going to say begins with, and then we want to use escaping for the next slash. So backslash escapes the forward slash, and then API slash, and then we want to pass in just an empty string. Wait a minute, is that, no, that's not right. That shouldn't be there. That should do it. All right, so just copy this. And then what we can do is go back to where we make those requests, like in the job view, and I should now be able to replace this with API or slash API slash jobs, and then same thing in the job listings, replace this with slash API. And then just reload, so the jobs view is still working and the jobs listing is working. And now I'm not explicitly saying localhost 8000. So that's proxying. So let's start to work on the add job page. I know this is a long crash course, but I wanted to fit all this stuff into it. So, and if you've made it this far, congratulations. Most people don't. These days, at least, I feel like people just don't have attention spans anymore. They want to learn everything through 30-second TikTok videos. So let's create. I sound like a grumpy old man. So let's create a new view for this. So in views, we'll say add job view dot vue, and let's add add, for now, I'm just going to put template, and I just want to get it displayed, so I'm just going to say add job like that, and then bring it into our router. Let's close the rest of this stuff up. Go into our router index, bring in the view, add a route for it. We'll go right here. Path is going to be /job/add. Name is going to be add job. Component is going to be add job view. So now we can see add job. So this is going to be a form, pretty long form, so we're definitely not going to type it out. Let's grab it from the theme files. So add job HTML, and go past the nav bar to the section, and we're going to grab the whole section. Again, I tried to make the theme files easy so that everything is just laid out in sections that you can just take. So we'll take that. Let's paste that into the template. Save it. And there we go. So we have our form. Now, obviously, we want to make this form function. So a couple things. Now, forms are where I do like to use reactive and over ref, right? So, because otherwise, I'd be creating a primitive for every single field. And even in React, I'll have an object in use state rather than, you know, a separate state for each one. So let's add our script. And let's import reactive. Okay, and then I'm going to call this variable form, set that to reactive, and pass in an object. And we're going to have all the fields. So type. Now type, I want it to be filled with full time first. Rather than just being empty, I want it to show like that full time. So I'm going to add that as a default value. And then title is this is going to be empty. Everything else is pretty much just going to be an empty string. Description. We have salary. We have location. And then company. Company is going to be an object. And in that, we'll have name, description, contact, email, and contact phone. Okay, so that's our data or our state. What else? So we want to bind these to the inputs, and that's where we use vModel, right? So let's come down here to the first input. Well, it's actually a select, but we're going to add to this v-model, and we're going to set that to form.type. All right, so if I save that, it should still say full-time. If I were to change this to part-time, then it'll say part-time. Now this has to match one of the actual options. So it has to be one of these or it's not going to show, right? If I put part-time 1 and save, it's not going to show it. It has to match one of those. So that's the select. Then let's go to the name. Name. And then we'll add v-model and set that to form.name. All right, we'll go to the next one, the description, which is a text area, and vModel, set that to form.description. Then we get the salary, which is a select. We'll go right here, vModel, set that to salary, not salary, form.salary. Then we got the location, and then company info. So we have the company, what's this? This is going to be company name. So let's add vModel, set that to form.company.name. Then we get the description, Make sure you put it in the input or text area, not in the label. So here, let's say v model form dot company dot description contact email. So v dash model form dot company dot contact email, and then finally the phone. So form dot company dot contact phone. All right. And if we put like any default values, like for location, if I say hello and I look in location, it says hello. So these are they're bound together. Now the next step is to add the function or the submit event and point it to a function. So let's go to the form and let's say at submit, or you could use v on, and we're going to do submit dot prevent to prevent the default behavior, and let's set that to, let's say, handle submit. All right, so with that, we're going to come up here under the form, the bottom of the script here, and let's say const handle submit. Okay, and then we're going to be making a request, so let's make this asynchronous. And then just for now, let's just see if we can get, if it actually works. So we'll do a console log, and I should be able to get like form.title. Let's try that. All right, so if I put something in here, I think these are required, so we need to just put in some dummy stuff here. And just put whatever, it doesn't matter. So add job, and then I'm going to look in the console. And let's see, we should see the title. So I'm getting nothing. Did I put a title in? I did. Oh, you know what? Did I put title or name? I did. I put name. So this right here, job listing name, should actually be, that should be form title as the V model. So I'm going to have to submit this again with a title, and there we go. All right, so I had the V model wrong. So we're up to this point where we can actually, where we have the data bound to the inputs. We can get the data when we submit like that. So why don't we create a new job object, and let's set this to, let's say, title. Set that to form.title, which we just saw that we can get. Type, set to form type. What else? Location. Description. Salary. Next, company, which is an object. So that's going to be, we have name, which is form.company.name. And what's next? Description, form.company.description. Contact email. And contact phone. All right, so that gives us the new job, and let's just test that out now. Make sure that we get that, and make sure all the fields are actually filled in. So new job, and this is kind of a pain to actually, I think I have the fake form filler. I don't know why I'm not using that. That's a pretty good extension, fake form filler. Just add some data in there. So we have this object with company, so all that stuff is good. Description, yeah, so everything looks good. So it's catching the data as it should. And then we want to make the request. So let's do, I'll just copy from one of these other, from the jobs view, job view. This inside the onMounted. I don't want the onMounted, I just want the try. We don't even need the finally. I guess I could have just typed it. So we're going to say response, but we're making a post request now. So we want to say post, and it's going to be, the endpoint will be API jobs. You can actually just make these quotes, or you can keep backticks. Some people, I've seen a lot of people lately just always use backticks. So API jobs, and then we want to pass in the new job as our data. And then we don't need to do this state thing. What I do want to do is add a toast. So I'll say to do show toast, which is like a notification. And then let's router, so router.push, and then we'll pass in some backticks and say /jobs/ and then from that response we want the data and we want the ID. So it'll go to the actual job that we add. All right, and I want to add a toast down here if there's an error. So let's try that out. I'm going to go ahead and just reload. I'll just say test job, and we can put anything in here. Let's use the fake filler again. Add job. Let's see, what did I... Axios is not defined, so I didn't bring in Axios. All right, let's try it again. There we go. So that's just all the dummy data that I just added. If I go back to job listings, there it is. All right, one thing I'm missing here is the little map icon. So that's going to be in the job view. And let's see, right here, we want to replace that. Let me just see what I used for that. Job view. So it's map marker. All right, so I'm going to keep, I'm actually going to change it to text XL and then get rid of these classes. And we're going to do PI and then PI-map marker. And there we go. All right, cool. So up to this point, we have create functionality now. We have read. So all we have left is edit and delete, right? So I want to be able to come here and click delete and delete it. But before we do that, why don't we do the toast? Because I want a nice notification that slides in and says, you know, job has been added. So to do that, we're going to install a package called Vue toastification. So let's say npm install Vue-toastification at next. Make sure you put that at next or you'll get an error. So now we need to initialize that in our main.js. So there's two things we want to bring in here. We want to bring in the CSS file and the actual toast. So let's say import toast. Import toast from Vue-toastification, and then the CSS is going to be Vue-toastification/dist/index.css. So that'll give us the styling. And then we just have to come down here and we have to do app.use and then pass in toast. Okay, so that will give us the styling and the ability to use the use toast hook. So we're going to go back into the add form. So add job view, and from here, let's import. We want to import the use toast hook from Vue toastification. All right, now we need to initialize that. So I'm going to go right under the form here, and let's say const, and call this toast. Set that to use toast. And then wherever we want to use that, we can just replace that and say toast.success. So you can do success or error depending on what color you want the thing to be. So the message, I just want to say job. We'll say job added successfully. And then if there's some kind of error, then let's do toast.error. And I'll just say job was not added. And it'll console log the actual error. Cool, so let's save that, and now let's try to add another job. So I'm just going to use my form filler. So it's called Dennis Horn as the job listing name. We can change that to like just like Vue dev, and then add job. There we go. So we get job added successfully in our toast, and it brings us to the new job page. So moving on, we want to do the delete. So let's go into, that's going to be in the job view, so we can close that up. Let's go into job view, and then let's add the button first. So, or we have the button, but let's add the event. So down at the bottom where we have the delete button, I'm going to add @click, and we'll set that to, let's call it delete job. Okay, and then up at the top, before we create delete job, I'm just going to import a couple things. So I want to use the toast, so I'm going to say use toast, and that's going to be from Vue toastification. And then in addition to use route and router link, I'm going to bring in the use router hook as well. And then we need to initialize both of those. So let's do that. Let's see, we'll go right here and let's say const router, set that to use router. And then we want const toast, set that to use toast. And then we'll create our delete job. I'm going to put that right above the onMounted. So const delete job, use an arrow function. And this is also going to be asynchronous because we're using Axios. And we'll have a try catch. And in the try, let's await Axios dot. Did I bring in Axios? I think I did. Yeah. So we want to await Axios dot delete because we're making a delete request now. And the endpoint, let's actually use backticks for this. And it's going to be /API/jobs/ and then the job ID. All right, so that'll make the request. And then let's say toast.success. And we'll say job deleted or job deleted successfully. And then after that, I want to redirect to the jobs page. So this is where we can use router.push. And let's go to /jobs. And then in the catch here, let's do we'll do console.error. And we'll say error deleting job. And let's also show the error. And then after that, we'll do a toast. So toast.error, and let's say job. We'll just say job not deleted. All right. So I think that should do it. Let's come back over here. I'm just going to give it a reload, and let's click delete job. Job deleted successfully. We probably should have a confirmation. So yeah, we'll do that as well. So we'll say const confirm, set that equal to window.confirm, and we'll say, are you sure you want to delete this job? And then underneath that, we'll say if confirm, then we want to do this. All right, so let's go to this one. Delete job. If I say cancel, it doesn't delete. If I say OK, then it deletes, and I get redirected, and we get our toast. All right, so that was pretty easy. Now, the last major piece of functionality is the edit. So let's create the edit view. So in views, I'm going to create edit job view.vue. And for now, I'm just going to put a template in here and just say edit job. and then we're going to add it to the router. So router index.js, let's bring that view in. So import edit job view, and then we'll add it down here. I'm just going to copy this, and we want it to go to job/edit/id. For the name, we'll do edit-job, and then we want edit job view for the component. All right, so now if I go to one of these and I click the edit button, it should bring you to the correct URL. Now for the form, we might as well copy the whole add job view page because it's similar. So I'm going to just grab everything in the add job view and paste it in here. And then let's change like the button text. We'll change that to update job. And I believe there's a heading as well. So this right here, instead of add job, we'll say edit job. All right, and then let's see. There's going to be some stuff that we need to bring in. Actually, yeah. So do we need to use route from the router because we need to get the ID from the URL. So let's say import use route, and let's also do use router, and then we'll go right here and initialize those. So const route equals use route, and const router equals use router. And then we need the job ID, so let's say const job ID, and we can get that with route.params.id. So that'll give us the ID, and then we're gonna need some state. So let's see, we have our, obviously we have our form fields state, but we're also gonna create a state object. We're gonna use reactive, pass in our object and the job, which is gonna be just an empty object to begin with, and we'll do is loading and set that to true to begin with. Now, we need to fetch the job so that we can fill the form fields, so we're going to need onMounted as well. So let's bring that in from Vue. So in addition to reactive, we'll bring in onMounted. And then let's put that down at the bottom of the script here. So we want to go under handle submit, and let's say onMounted. We're going to pass in an async arrow function. And let's make the request. So we'll say const response. Actually, let's put this in a try catch. All right, so const response, set that to await Axios, and we're going to make a get request because we're getting the job. And let's use backticks /API/job/ and then the job ID, which comes from the URL. And then we're going to assign state.job to the response.data. Okay, now to populate the forms, or populate the inputs, what we can do is just set form.type, set that to state.job.type. Okay, and then we'll do form.title. Job title, we have form.description, state job description, job dot company, which is so in addition to the next contact, we'll do a console error. Oh, bringing in router here. So you can either do this, use this router. Yeah, you can either do that or use the hook. I guess we'll just use that so we don't have to initialize it. I think that'll work. Okay, so we can see that these form fields are all filled, which is good. Now the next step is to do the handle submit, because right now it's making a post request. We need to make a put request. So let's change the name of this, because it's not a new job, it's an updated job. And then this stuff can all stay the same because we're still getting it from the form. And let's see, down here we're going to say response equals axios.put, and then the URL needs the ID, so let's make this into backticks, and let's do slash and say job ID, and then pass in updated job. And then for this, the toast, we'll say job updated successfully. And yeah, I think that should do it. So let's try it. We'll save it, and then I'm going to just change something. So let's see, which one should I change? We'll go to senior Vue developer, click edit job, and I'm just going to change it to senior Vue dev, and we'll change the salary to, let's say, 90 to 100. And then update job updated successfully. Now we can update our job. So we have full CRUD functionality. All right, so that's it. I mean, that's our application. I know it's very simple in functionality, but there's a lot that you learned here that you're going to use in every single one of your Vue.js single-page applications. Now, when it comes to deployment, I actually am going to show you how to deploy this to Netlify. Vercel is another great service. Both of them have very generous free tiers. However, if we deploy this, the jobs aren't actually going to show up, because remember, we're using JSON Server, which is it's a local mock REST API. So we're not going to be able to access it from a production website. But I want to show you the process just so you know for your own projects. But there's really no sense in deploying this because it uses JSON.
Pinia is a new popular data store solution that is built off the Composition API. In this video, we'll highlight the features of Pinia compared to Vuex, and then see how to use a Pinia store inside of our Vue app. So one of the biggest differences between Vuex and Pinia is the fact that Pinia is modular by design. In other words, it's built to have multiple stores. In comparison, Vuex only has one store, and then you could have sub-modules underneath it, but Pinia allows each of these modules to be their own store, imported directly into components where needed, and this allows bundlers to code split and have better TypeScript inferences. Another difference is that while Vuex has a state, mutations, actions, and getters, Pinia does not have mutations and only has state, actions, and getters. And there's a good reason for this. Previously, mutations were needed to add necessary dev tooling to see when exactly a component will change, but with a lot of Vue 3's core features exposed, we can still see exactly when our state is changing without needing a specific mutation. Using the same kind of logic, Pinia also lets us directly mutate our state, and we can see those changes in our dev tools. And just like I'm showing now, Pinia does automatically hook into Vue's dev tools. So as soon as you install it, it'll add a tab that shows a timeline and lets us track what changes are happening to each of our stores. So let's go ahead and use this inside of our project. Let's say npm install Pinia, and then inside main.js, we want to import create Pinia from Pinia, call app.use, and then invoke the create Pinia method. Now let's create our first store. Let's create a folder called stores that will house all of our stores, even though in this video we're just going to create one, and that will be called counter.js. First, what we want to do is say import define store from Pinia, and then we'll export a const use counter store, set it to define store, and this takes two arguments. The first one is a unique name, and we'll call it counter, and then the second one is an object that has our different options. First, we'll define a state and set it equal to an arrow function that contains the initial state of our store. So we'll just return an object with a count of 0. Next, let's define some actions by saying actions, creating an object, and our first function will be called increment. This is a great time to point out that similar to other data store solutions, we can pass arguments into these actions. So let's say val and give it a default value of 1, and inside we can directly mutate our state by accessing this and saying this.count plus equals val. And we can also make these actions asynchronous. So for example, if we say async wait and add, we can first call a set timeout and then increment this.count. And then the final store property that we want to define is our getters. And these are essentially computed properties for our store. So for our example, let's create one called double count, create an arrow function that accepts our state, and return state.count times 2. And that's all we have to do to our store. Then let's open up a component, and we can import use counter store from store/counter. Then to actually create a reference to our store, let's say const store equals use counter store. Here we can directly mutate our state by saying store.count. We can call our actions by saying store.increment and then passing in a value. And if you want to see a full list of what's available in the store object, we can just console.log store. And then inside of our template, all of our properties are exposed.
Alright then gang, so welcome to your very first Pinia tutorial. So then first things first, what is Pinia? Well, Pinia is a state management solution for Vue.js applications. It allows us to create something called stores where we can define global application state, and that state can then be read from any component in the application. And when that state value changes inside the store, any component that uses that state will automatically get that updated value. For example, we might have a store for global authentication status of the user using the website, and any component in the application would be able to access that user state from the auth store. And that value would potentially switch between being a user object when that user is logged in and null when the user is logged out. So whenever that state change occurs in the authentication store, any component using that state will get the updated value right away. And this approach of having a store to hold global state that multiple components use makes more sense than defining it directly in components and passing it down as props, because it's much less work this way, less complex and verbose, and also promotes a separation of concerns in your application, keeping your global state separate from your components. State inside stores can also be updated by the use of something called actions, and actions are just like functions that we can define inside a store, and they can mutate the store state directly. Now these actions can then be called from inside our components as well, so that we can update the state from wherever we need to. So that's the basics of what Pinia is, and if you've ever used something like Vuex before, you'll be thinking, it's pretty similar to that, and it is. But there's a few advantages that Pinya does have over Vuex. Firstly, it's got a simpler API and it's much less verbose than Vuex. There's no such thing as mutations in Pinya stores like there is in Vuex. Pinya lets you change the state directly inside actions instead. Secondly, it's modular by design, meaning that for every different type of global state that you have, you would make a new Pinya store, which is just a JavaScript module, and this makes things more organized and modular by default than Vuex would be. Thirdly, it comes with TypeScript support and JavaScript auto-completion out of the box, and also Pinya hooks right into Vue DevTools as well, meaning that if you're coming from Vuex, you're going to feel right at home with Pinya. So that's Pinya in a nutshell, and in this series we'll be using it to make a small task manager application that looks something like this. So all of the state for these tasks right here are being managed by a Pinya store. And when we do things like add a new task or delete a task, or even add a task to your favorites, we're updating that store state using those action functions. We're also persisting those changes to a JSON file, which is storing the initial data for the application, so that when we refresh the page, those changes that we made to the state are being kept. So we'll be building this project out during this series, and you're going to learn all of the foundations and building blocks of Pinya along the way. How to make stores, how to access them in components, how to use actions to update the state, and how to use asynchronous code inside those actions as well. Now, normally when you need a state management solution like Pinya, your applications are going to be a little bit more complex than this one right here. So for this particular case, it might be that you wouldn't need Pinya. But for the sake of learning and exploring how Pinya works, it's always best to start off simple. And then when you've got the foundations under your belt, you can venture onto more complex scenarios. And I will be making more Pinya tutorials in the future with more complex setups to manage things like authentication and site-wide data. But again, to learn the building blocks of Pinya, I think something more simple to begin with is the best approach. So in this course, you'll be learning Pinya from the ground up, how to install it, how to set up a store and access state from that store, as well as use actions to update it as well. And by the end of it, you're going to be in a good place to start using it in your own applications. By the way, if you want to watch this entire course now without YouTube adverts, you can do. It's all up on the NetNinja website, netninja.dev. You can buy the course for $2 to get instant access to all of it, or you can sign up to NetNinja Pro and get instant access to all of my courses without adverts, as well as premium courses not found on YouTube, including my Udemy ones. That's $9 a month, and you can get your first month half price when you use this promo code right here. So I'm going to leave this link down below in the video description for you to sign up, and I really hope you enjoy this series, and please do not forget to share, subscribe and like the videos. That really helps a lot, and I'm going to see you in the very next lesson. Alright then, so the first thing we're going to do is
हाय गाइस, आज हम लोग बात हाय गाइस हाय गाइस